Well, hello and welcome to the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, and welcome to the sport of archery. Yes, it's a wet day in Tokyo for this session of archery, which will feature the best women's archers in the world as we start the quest to find who will be the Paralympic Games champion here in Tokyo. Yes, the rain has been falling. It has been quite heavy at times here at Yumenoshima Park Archery Field. The temperature has fallen quite substantially to 20 degrees. Has been around 30 for competition for other sports, but not here today, which is going to be nice for the archers. Here is the schedule of action as we move through. We're going to start with some 1:16 eliminations and then move to some 1:8 elimination matches. So basically by the end of this session, we will have all of our quarterfinalists confirmed for the women's recurve competition. So that's the bracket of the draw that we are focusing on at the moment. You'll see some archers have buys through to the round of 1:8 eliminations. That is because of their high rankings after the ranking round, which was held a few days ago.
It is time. The athletes are
our first match in the women's 1:16 eliminations in women's individual archery going to feature Latvian Yeva Mel, and she will be up against Hazel Chasty of Great Britain. Can explain the rules of archery. They're actually exactly the same as archery at the Olympic Games, which is fantastic. There is only one slight rule change. In Olympic archery, the archers will have 20 seconds on average to shoot their arrows. In para archery, it is 30 seconds. That's the only rule change. All of the other rules are the same. Here's Yeva Mel, the Italian-based Latvian. She's 36 years of age, competing in her second Paralympic Games. Quarter-finalist from Rio, and Hazel Chasty here from from Great Britain, world ranking of number 10, debuting here at the age of 48. And here is our line judge for this opening match, Shahzad Aliyari of Iran.
The line judge for this match is Shahzad Aliyari.
So we're all set to go. So the archers shooting from 70 metres, just like they do in Olympic archery. The target is exactly the same size. The inner ring, or the yellow zone in the target, the 10 zone, 12.2 centimetres in diameter. So it's exactly the same. Sets format. So each archer is going to shoot 3 arrows per set. Highest score, cumulative score in each set will win 2 set points. First 6 set points wins the match, moves through to the next round, and the loser is eliminated from the competition. So Mel is aged 36. Here she is here. She finished the ranking round in 21st place, scoring 495 out of a possible 720. 6 tens in her ranking round, and Hazel Chasty 12th, 571, 11 tens. That was a season's best score for her. So that is where it's at, as we're almost set to start. And thankfully that rain has eased off a little bit for this session of archery in the women's individual competition. So it's going to be Mel, the Latvian, quarter-finalist at the last Paralympic Games in Rio. World ranking of 23 at the moment. And the good news is that the wind has died right down for this session. So it's very good conditions.
2.
Yeah, it's a nervous start, isn't it, from both archers? This is the big stage of the sport.
5.
So he's just repeating the only rule variation as the rain starts to fall again is the fact each archer will have 30 seconds
5.
to shoot their arrows. Chasty just making an adjustment to her bow there. So here is Mel, and she can win this first set. And she has done so nicely with a 9 there, her best arrow of the set. And even if Chasty scores a 10 here, she can't win the set. She scores her 7. So she's just finding her range after that first set. And it's going to be Mel who will take the first 2 set points in this contest.
Is 6 points unofficially over Miss Chasty's 14 points. The rain clearly having an effect on
So
the
Chasty
archers,
is born in Manchester
and the archer
and has fought through some real challenges in recent years to get to this point.
Since Yevamele has the higher score for those 3 arrows, she will win
Missed
2 set points
competing in
and is
Rio.
now ahead 2 set points to 0
Wasn't right
over Hazel Chasty.
after having issues with her back. But she is here competing now for Great Britain. So it is Mel who takes the first set by 20 points to 14 and leads 2 set points to 0. Mel moving to Italy in recent years.
Team Latvia.
Her partner, Gabrielle Minigel, is a former technical assistant for the Italian para-archery team. She's now based in Belluno, and here is Chasty now to start the second set. It's her best arrow so far, an 8. So the rain coming down at the moment, but the wind is virtually non-existent. Chasty starting to find her range now. 2 solid arrows to start the set. It's her set to lose now. She looks to square up the ledger here against Mel.
7.
So Chasty can win set 2 and square the match by getting a 6 or higher. She's done that nicely. Good, solid archery there from Hazel Chasty. 3 8s, and she's back in the match. Oh, how good was that? That was the best arrow of the contest, Mel. But unfortunately for her, it won't have any impact on the match at all. And she has that look on her face, doesn't she? That would be nice with the first arrow of a set to apply some scoreboard pressure on my opponent, but wasn't to be. Inside the inner ring from Mel, very good arrow. That should give her confidence heading into set 3, because we are now locked up with Chasty winning the second set 24 to 21. 2 set points each now.
And let's hear it for the team from Great Britain.
So, Yamashima Park Archery Field, they really have done a brilliant job. This is the same venue that we were in for the archery at the Olympic Games just a few weeks back. As we start set 3, Mel to go first. Just the radar dropping a bit low that time for Mel. Now, if the arrow hits the line, it will always defer to the higher number. It only just has to hit the line. Well, we're locked up at 12 apiece with one arrow left in set number 3. Well, that means Chasty can win the set with a 7 or higher. And it's a 6, so that set has been shared.
In this situation, both archers
So that means they will split the 2 points, one each. If you were wondering what happens when we get to the end of the match, which is a best of 5 set encounter, and they're tied at 5 set points each, we'll have a 1 arrow shoot off. Closest to the centre wins. So 18 points each. That one has been confirmed, and it means we're now locked up at 3 set points each, with 2 sets to play. Just the 110 coming in the match so far from Mel. And that was with her last arrow in the second set. Here she goes again. The quarterfinalist from the last Paralympic Games, also finished competing in the teams competition.
9.
That's a good arrow to start the contest.
7.
Most of those arrows drifting right off the bow of Chasty. Still looking for that adjustment.
7. 9.
Well, we're locked up at 16 apiece with 1 arrow left. Big couple of arrows coming up here in this 1/16 elimination match. Mel trying to keep that left arm nice and steady. Oh, that's a 6. Now that's opened the door here for Chasty. 7 or higher. It is a 7, but only just, but it's good enough. Chasty
with a 7 on that last shot.
Gets there. So 23 to 22. It means she will win the set by a point. And now we can see the smile. Just getting there. Good solid setup from her, and it just hung in the red zone to give Chasty the score. And the set 5-3. So since dropping the first set, Chasty's been good. She's won 2 and drawn the other, and now she is just 1 set point away. So in this, the final set of the match, Mel needs to win the set. If she does, we'll be heading to a 1 arrow shoot off. If it's a tied set or Chasty wins the set, she will go through as the winner of this match.
2.
Well, it's going to make it very tough now for Yeva Mel to progress. Chasty now just good solid archery from her as in this wet day,
9.
and that is more than solid. Second arrow, second 9 in her last 3 arrows for Chasty.
2.
Well, Mel will be disappointed with this. This is 5 years of hard work since the last Paralympic Games. where she performed very well to make the quarterfinals. But it's not going to be for her today as Chasty takes a decisive lead. In fact, she has won the match. She can't be defeated. So this is hugely disappointing for Mel, the world number 23. Oh, she absolutely buries that last arrow, but it means little other than the glory of absolutely putting it in the dead centre. And a 2. Well, it didn't even need to get on the target from Chasty. She still would have won the match.
Both archers getting affected by the conditions on the field.
Well, Mel had the 2 best arrows in the match, but she will not move through to the next round.
Winning that set 20-14.
So it's going to be Hazel Chasty of Great Britain that will move through to the 1/8 eliminations or round of 16 with victory in this match here in the women's individual recurve at Tokyo 2020. It is Chasty through by 7 set points to 3.
Continuing with the 1/16 elimination rounds, here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦が続きます。コーチと審判の入場です。
Let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/16 Eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦選手の入場です。
Well, let's welcome our archers in the next match here at the women's individual recurve competition in the round of 1/16 eliminations. And we have an Australian up against a Korean in this match. Here comes Amalia Trininda of Australia up against Jo Jang Moon of Korea. Here is the 41-year-old Australian, world ranking of 32. She was 13th in the ranking round out of 31 archers. Score of 564, 6 10s in there. Personal best score for her. And here's Jo Jang Moon of Korea. She finished with a score of 505, 5 10s in her ranking round, and that put her in 20th place.
Representing the Republic of Korea.
Jo Jang Moon, a 54-year-old from Gwangju.
The line judge for this match
in her
is
second Paralympic Games.
Martino Miani.
And here is the line umpire for this match. It is Martino Miani of Italy. So, Trininda of Australia from Sydney,
Shooting first on target number 1.
qualifying for this Paralympic Games, her first after winning the final qualifying event in the Czech Republic. She won all 4 of her matches in that event in decisive fashion. So let's see if she can bring her best form here to the shooting line as she stares down the target, 70 metres away. Trininda to go first.
6.
6
It's Jo Jang Moon now.
6.
And Joe finished in the round of 16, was eliminated in the round of 16 at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. Bronze medalist in the World Championships and Teams Competition 2015.
9.
There's the first 9 of the match from Octraninda.
4.
Jo Jang-moon, a very experienced archer. She's been competing internationally for 8 years. Octraninda just recently onto the scene.
5.
And she's going to finish with a score of 20. So that means Jo needs a maximum 10 here to share the set. And she's fired in a 6. So that's going to be the Australians' first set.
Both archers starting on the left side of the target. And considering there's no wind on the field,
Now that Jo is
very much caused by finger tap
Yu
leather
In
getting
Sik
wet.
of
When the finger tap
Korea.
leather gets wet, it saturates and it actually changes the stiffness of the leather very slightly, but enough to show up at 70 meters for recurve archers.
So the rain does actually have an impact. There's no wind out there, but just heard that the rain can have a problem there with the equipment on the bow. But the
And
archers
let's hear it for Australia.
don't mind shooting in the rain, as we see Octraninda lock in that score of 20-16 to win the first set, and she leads 2 set points to 0.
Since Miss Octraninda leads 2 set points to 0, Miss Jo from Korea will shoot first on target 2.
Second set now.
Seven. 7.
So 2 sevens to start the second set. Oh, that's a beauty. That's one of the best arrows of the session so far. Certainly the best arrow of this match. And Octraninda is going well here. Oh, Jo can't score with that last arrow. That means Octraninda has won the set with an arrow to spare. And she is coping with the wet conditions pretty well at the moment. And back-to-back 10s from the Australian.
27.
Yeah, happy days for her.
In favor of Miss Octraninda for that set. Unofficially right now leading 4 sets.
So she's looking strong, the Australian. Remember, she got through only recently to qualify for this Paralympic Games, and what a... In fact, the Australian team here is quite strong. They've had got one of their archers coming up in the men's recurve, and they've also had 2 other archers in the compound and wheelchair categories as well. So Australia coming to these Paralympic Games with their strongest ever archery team.
And let's see our support for Korea.
But looks like Amalia Octraninda has got control of this match, particularly with those back-to-back 10s. If she can continue to score like that, she's going to be hard to stop. So she leads 4 set points to 0, taking that second set 27 points to 14.
Stay alive in this match. She's shooting first on target number 2.
This means Joe now needs to win the last 3 sets. To progress through
7.
to the next round. Remember, the winner of this match will go through to the 1/8 eliminations.
6. 6 or 7 on the line.
Well, if it has clipped the line, it will be a 7. Looked like it may have done so, and that could be critical for the Korean.
8.
So 14 all with 1 arrow left. Big arrow here for Joe. Your future in this competition could hinge on this arrow right here.
7.
So Octraninda with an 8 or higher will win the match and move through to the next round.
8 to win. 7.
And it's a 7. So that means that set will be squared.
And we have
21. We just have a little doubt on that second arrow from Joe, which the judge at the target end will now scrutinise.
Score is now 5
and will come back and signal to the archers 70 metres down the range. But Joe looks like she survived by the skin of her teeth there. Joe struggling to find her range so far. That 21, her best set score so far.
And let's hear it again for Australia and that amazing hair.
So that is confirmed now. It is a shared set at 21 apiece. So set score now 5 to 1. In Octraninda's favour. So Joe hanging in there just, but she now needs to win these final 2 sets and then win a 1 arrow shoot off to have any chance of making the next round. So it's a long way back for her, but it's still possible. Good archery will get the job done. Joe to go first.
4. 7.
That's right on the line, that one, and no question that that's a 7.
5.
Oh, good arrow here from Octraninda. Should just about seal it. There's a good score, 8. So she has a good 6-point lead. Joe really needs the 10 here. She hasn't managed to get one in the match so far. And she's close. And she at least does ask the Australian to score here. But it's just a 3 or higher required. Nice big target for the Australian, and she's comfortably got there with that 8. So a very good performance from Amalia Octraninda of Australia. And she will be the winner of this match and move through to the next round. So a very good score there by the world number 32. She's defeated the world ranking 18 player.
Amalia Octraninda is moving on into the round of 1/8. And great shooting from Miss Jo Jang-moon from Korea.
So it's all confirmed now. A very good win there for the Australian Amalia Octraninda, who has beaten Jo Jang-moon 2016, 2014, 21 all, 23-18. Wins by 7 set points to 1 to move through to the 1/8 eliminations.
The current standings for our medal counts are as follows, and this is a ranking in order of gold medal standings.
スクリーンには昨日までの金メダル獲得数の国別ランキングが映されています。それでは上位、これが上位ですね。
As of September 1st, these are your current Paralympic medal rankings, and the top 3 teams are Great Britain with 30 gold, RPC with 32, and People's Republic of China with 68.
3位が英国、2位が RPC、1位が中華人民共和国となっています。
Moving on to the 1/8 elimination round, here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦が行われます。コーチと審判の入場です。
I hope you're enjoying the coverage of the archery here at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo 2020. This is Yumenashima Park Archery Field as we now move to a 1/8 elimination match. This means the winner of this match will move through to the quarterfinals, move through to the last 8 as we continue the quest to find our gold medal, silver and bronze medal winners as well. Remember, by the end of this session, we'll know all 8 quarterfinalists. So out come the 2 archers, Margarita Sidorenko of the Russian Paralympic Committee, RPC, and her opponent Hazel Chasty of Great Britain.
On target number 1, representing RPC.
1的を打つのは RPC。
Margarita Sidorenko.
Here's Sidorenko, 33 years of age, world ranking of 8, getting a bye straight through to this match after finishing the ranking round in 5th position.
On target number 2, representing Great Britain.
2的を打つのは英国。
And here is Hazel Chasty, the 48-year-old, who finished in 12th place in the ranking round.
The line judge for this match
And
is
この試合のラインジャッジ
came
は
through a match against Jeva Mel of Latvia, 7 set points to 3 in the round of 32 to come through to this match.
Hazel Chasty already.
Line judges Ranjan Baunik of India, and we're almost set to go. Sidorenko finishing her ranking round in 5th position, 605 her score, 15 tens in there. That was 34 points higher than Hazel Chasty, who finished on 571, 11 tens in her ranking round. Sidorenko competing in her first Paralympic Games, but a 2-time silver medalist, 3-time silver medalist, in fact, in teams competition at the World Championships. Hazel Chasty, bronze medal winner at the European Championships 2018, and she's going to go first in this match. Rain continues to fall here, makes things a little tricky for the archers. See that tab there on the right arm there of Sidorenko and Chasty as well. The leather strapping on their fingers can get a little slippery, make things a little challenging.
7.
But the good news is there's no wind to speak of here. And that is one weather element. You can see that wind down the far end of the range. It's less than a metre a second.
Seven.
1 metre is less than 1 metre a second, so it's very slight wind, around 3 kilometres an hour. Chasty finishes that set with an 8, so she scores 23, and that means Sidorenko here with an 8 or higher will win the first set. She's done that too with an 8, and that's good archery from her.
Sidorenko unofficially shooting 24 points to Miss Chasty's 23, and now leads 2 set points to 0 after the first set.
So Sidorenko going well here. She's a very experienced archer. She's been competing at World Championships since 2013. Mainly succeeding in teams archery. However, in individuals, she has reached the quarterfinals on 2 occasions in her career. At the World Championships back in 2017 in Beijing and in Germany 2015. So she has done pretty well without moving into that medal contention in her career to date.
And let's hear it for the dancing RPC.
So second set now. Yeah, she's shooting solidly so far. Is the Russian.
7.
Very close in the world rankings, these two. Both inside the top 10. It's a good even battle here. Oh, that one's dropped down. That's your lowest scoring arrow to date so far.
7.
All right, so there's 19. So again, it's a 7 or higher for Sidorenko to move into winning this set. Okay, she's got 10 seconds left on the shot clock here. Still time for her. It's dropped into the 4 zone, and that's the challenge of redrawing. Just couldn't quite get composed in time.
For Miss Sidorenko, you can see she's cleaning off her glasses, and if water accumulates on lenses of glasses, that can give you a couple, well, a very
Well, Chasty, perhaps a little fortunate to get through that one.
And not really knowing which one is the real one. So,
But unfortunately, the weather conditions are going to be a factor today. But as we touched on, it's just the rain. It's not that really strong winds that we saw during the Olympic Games, where they were really blowing very inconsistently and very strong. That wind today just under 3 kilometres an hour, so won't have any effect. You can see in the background there, those flags are above the targets, are not moving, and neither are the branches in those trees. Beautiful setting here at Yamenoshima Park Archery Field.
you can see the British coach, Charlotte Burgess.
So the score in that set, 19-17 to Chasty. And we are locked up with 3 sets to go. 2 set points each. So set 3 to start. Mark Margarita Sidorenko from the Russian Paralympic Committee up against Hazel Chasty of Great Britain. And it's going to be Chasty to go first in this set.
Four.
Yo.
Seven.
Nana.
6.
6.
So that second arrow going into that blue score, the 6 for Chasty. So Sidorenko can seize control here if she can compose herself.
9.
Well, it's a very good arrow from Sidorenko, just a second. 9 in the game. And there's Chasty's first 10, and what a time to pull one out. Still may not be enough, though, with Chasty locking in a score of 20. So that means Sidorenko can win the set with a 5 or higher. And she's done that comfortably with perhaps a 9. It won't matter anyway whether it's an 8. She will still win the set with a good solid score of 25, perhaps 24, which will be too much for Chasty. Chasty should get some confidence off that 10 to end that last set.
Because whether it's an 8 or 9, she's still shot a higher score than Ms. Chasty, and now unofficially leading 4 set points to 2.
She just tuned in. This is a 1-8 elimination. That means the winner of this match will go through to the quarterfinals. You have the women's recurve competition, and reminding you too that other than each archer having 30 seconds instead of 20 seconds to shoot their arrows, the rules are exactly the same. It's confirming that weather again. Temperature dropping to 20 degrees today, humidity high, and we're expecting rain to fall throughout the session. So here goes Sidorenko now with that set confirmed at 25-20. That second arrow of hers in that last set was indeed a 9. And now she is in the box seat with the 5th set beginning. A set which Chasty can't afford to lose now, otherwise she'll be out of the competition. See if she can kick on from that last 10 that she scored in that previous set. A lot of arrows from Sidorenko dropping below the target. That is a gem. Well, Chasty here can win the set with another 10. She's capable. Oh, she does brilliantly. That is how to do it. And Sidorenko gets her first 10. So both archers starting to heat up a little bit now. But what a time to shoot back-to-back 10s for Hazel Chasty.
And making it mathematically impossible for Ms. Sidorenko to be able to at least tie her.
So that's a good reminder for all of us here that these archers know how to do it. So, highest scoring set of the match so far. Sidorenko actually equaling her score from the previous set, but of course getting nothing out of it because Chasty with back-to-back 10s getting up to 26 and building nicely. She's had 3 10s from her last 4 arrows now, Hazel Chasty. So 4 set points each, 1 set remaining. A quarter-final spot, the reward for the winner. Becomes a 1-set match. Hazel Chasty to go first. Both competing in their first Paralympic Games.
6.
Well, Chasty won't have enjoyed that one, but she does have the ability to bang in those 10s.
Seven or 8 on the line.
Yeah, that's an 8. And Hazel Chasty might need that extra point. It's just dropped back to a 7-star on the scoreboard. But it definitely looked like it grabbed the 8. Now, Sidorenko taking a bit more time on this draw as the rain continues to fall.
7.
So it comes down to this last arrow. So far, it is Sidorenko who has the advantage. Now, Chasty needs a big score here. If there's ever a time for another 10, it's now. And she gets an 8 to win the set and the match. Sidorenko needs a 7 to absolutely make sure of it. Or higher. 7 or higher is what she wants. And it's a 6. Has that grabbed the 7 line? I'm not sure. It may be good enough for Sidorenko to win, but that start arrow, that second one from Chasty, we think might be an 8. And if it is an 8, they'll finish locked up at 22 all, and that means we'll be going to a 1-arrow shoot-off. So let's see what happens here. I think we're heading, my gut feeling is that we're heading to a shoot-off. That second arrow, that arrow down the bottom there has definitely clipped the line by the look of it. Now, has that clipped the line?
And downrange, you saw the judge in the gray jacket raising both arms, indicating that we have a shoot-off.
So it is a shoot-off confirmed. The scores are locked up at 22 all in that set, which means both archers have finished at 5 set points, which means we have our first shoot-off of the Paralympic Games at Tokyo 2020. Everything comes down to the next and last arrow. 5 set points each in a regulation. And now the archers will wait for new targets to be put up. And then everything will go down to the last arrow. One arrow to decide the future of this Olympic quest for both of these archers. Yes, I'm not surprised Chasty is taking deep breath to keep herself calm.
And one more time for Grace Britain.
So the targets are up. Here we go. It's a 1-arrow shoot-off. Margarita Sidorenko on the left, Hazel Chasty on the right. Who will make the quarterfinals? Closest to the center wins. That is a good arrow. Chasty feeling confident now, Sidorenko. Got to be closer to the center of the mat. Oh, she's not quite there. Both have scored 9s. But it's going to be Chasty who will go through. Chasty knows it. it's going to be her that goes through to the quarterfinals. Wow, that was dramatic and tense. But that's what competing at the highest level of sport is all about. And it's Hazel Chasty who will go through, being closest to the centre. So Hazel Chasty through to the quarterfinals. Fantastic win for her. She was down 4 set points to 2 in that match, but came back in style to take the shoot off, win 6-5 and go through to the quarterfinals.
Going to our next 1/8 elimination round, here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦が続きます。コーチと審判の入場です。
Let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/8 eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦、選手の入場です。
Women's individual recurve archery, 1/8 eliminations. And this was a match between Amalia Octraninda of Australia up against Vincenza Petrilli of Italy. This is world number 32. Octraninda up against Petrilli, who is the world ranked 30th archer at the moment. Octraninda getting through with a win over Jo Jung Moon from Korea in the previous round comfortably, 7 points to 1. She scored 2 10s in that win from 12 arrows. And here's Petrilli of Italy. And she got a bye through to this match after finishing the ranking round in 4th place. So a very good score of 625. That's a personal best for her. 15 10s from her 72 arrows. So a really good score from her. So it's Petrilli, the 30-year-old, in her first Paralympic Games. Octraninda also in her first Paralympic Games. And here's Petrilli, who's only been competing in archery for the last 5 years. She only took up the sport after her accident, or an accident she was involved with in 2016, which was a car accident. Here she is 5 years later at the Paralympic Games. Octraninda starting with the 4, so Petrilli. Really coming into, really progressing in the sport beautifully since taking it on in 2016, and there's her first 10. Hasn't taken her long, has it, to start heating up? Octraninda looked good in her last round. 2 10s in her 12 arrows. They were both back-to-back against Jo. Wasn't really troubled in that match, but a serious upgrade in quality, it seems, by Petrilli here. Just as I say that, it drops into the 3 zone, but that will still be good enough. That was all she needed, a 3. Even if Octraninda gets the maximum 10 here, the Italian will still claim the set. Good start for Petrilli.
The wind definitely coming through the venue, affecting Miss Petrilli's third arrow, and it's a 3 low. But for her, mathematically, that blocked her win for
Petrilli
the
does
set.
compete against able-bodied athletes as well, and I'm not surprised given that she is looking pretty solid so far in this match. Quarter-final spot for the winner, as the quest for gold is well and truly underway now. 24 women's archers in the field at this Paralympic Games, which means several of our archers did get buys through to the round of 16, or 8 of them in fact. But we're moving through the draw, and not only will we have the draw nice and tidy by the end of the session, but we'll have all 8 quarter-finalists confirmed. So high stakes all the way through the session. Here's the Australian Octraninda starting the second set, yet to find her zone, as she did in the previous match. Best arrow for the Australian so far. Well, it means that the Australian, to really put pressure on, will require a 10 here. Well, that's pretty good archery from the Australian Octraninda. So 24, that means the Italian needs a 9 to win the set. Wow, that was a very good set of archery, wasn't it? Wow, a very good effort there. Now we're getting the quality rising in this match.
Let's hear it for the team from Australia.
Oh, this is good shooting from Petrilli in these wet conditions. As she has locked in scores of 21 and 25. Just the one loose arrow so far from Petrilli, that 3 in that last set, in the first set. But Octraninda now 4 set points to 0 down. Now she needs to either tie or win the set, have any chance of staying in the competition. And she's starting to find her range a bit with 2 9s and an 8 now in her last 3 arrows. Well, Octraninda finished with 2 10s from 12 arrows in her previous win. No 10s so far in this match for her. And just the 1 10 so far for Petrilli, but she has scored 3 9s as well and is shooting consistently at the moment. The Australian now, her future hinges on that arrow there. It's an 8, so 23. So for the Italian to win the match, she needs a 7 or higher. A 6 will tie it, the set. Anything lower than that will give the Australian the set. And it's an 8, and that's excellent work from the Italian. Petrilli has done very well there to close out the win. There was just only one loose arrow in her 9. A really good effort from her as she moves through to the quarterfinals. 110 in there against Octraninda, who has performed pretty well in her first Paralympic Games experience. So there goes Petrilli, who is confirmed as a 6-0 winner. In this round of 16 match. So it's all confirmed now as Petrilli from Italy will move through to the quarterfinals, winning that match 21-17, 25-24, 25-23. It is Petrilli who will go through to the quarterfinals, defeating Amalia Octraninda of Australia.
Our next 1/16 elimination round is coming up. Here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカードオープン2回戦を行います。コーチと審判の入場です。
Let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/16 elimination.
Archery continues here at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. 1/6 elimination match. We'll see the winner move through to the last 16. And out come our two competitors, Emma Rose Ravish of the United States. She's from Florida. A world ranking of 28 at the moment. And her opponent from Brazil, Fabiola Durgovic.
Representing Brazil,
World ranking of 36 at the moment.
Fabiola Durgovic.
She's from Sao Paulo, 54 years of age.
On target number 2, representing the United States of America,
And Ravish, 21 years of age.
Emma Rose Ravish.
Rose Ravish having competed in the World Championships in 2019.
Line judge for the match.
And Durgovic is competing in her second Paralympic Games. Brazilians finishing as quarterfinalists in the teams competition back 5 years ago, and Durgovic getting into this position, round of 32, in the individual competition. And the line judge for this match, Martino Miani of Italy, as we're getting set for this match.
Shooting first on target number 1.
Durgovic here finished the ranking round in 11th place with a score of 572, 110 in there. And Ravish 22nd, 492. So some way back, 3 10s for Emma Rose Ravish, who has been an archer for 11 years now. So Ravish, here she is on the big stage. Exciting opportunity for all of these athletes. And Durgovic has been competing in the sport for 8 years. It really is a sport for all ages, isn't it? Which is wonderful to see. So best of 5-set encounter. 2 set points to the winner of each set. 3 arrows per set. It's going to be the Brazilian to go first. Has quite a bit of international experience, has Dugovic. He's competed in 3 World Championships. Ravish, just that one in 2019.
3.
It's right on the line between the 8 and the 7, which means it'll go to the higher number. Quick release there from Ravish that time. Lots of encouragement too for Ravish. So Dugovic can win the set here with a 10.
5.
It's dropped into the 5 zone. Looks like that 7 star might be an 8, which means her total score will go to 18. Ravish needs a 9. In fact, an 8 to win the set. She's got plenty of time. 7. Well, that might share the set. We'll just wait and see on that 7-starred arrow. If it is an 8, which I suspect it will be, then we will have our shared set. 1 set point each.
And it is an important line call because if it stays as a 7, then
Rain continues to fall here at Yomenashimo Park Archery Field. We're not expecting really any let-up in the rain for some time.
and we'll await official results from the target.
Ravish looks nice and relaxed, which is great to see. Very important for archers to be in a good mindset, frame of mind.
Leading 2-0. Speaking of the United States, let's see the support for USA.
And that set has concluded, actually, with that 7 being locked in from Dugovic. So it looked like it was an 8, wasn't it? But it has been scored a 7. It must have only just missed the 8 zone by a fraction of a millimetre. But those arrows are forensically examined down at the target. So it's Rose that wins that first, or rather Ravish that wins that first set by 1 point, 18 to 17. So Dugovic will be disappointed that she didn't get on the board there. Set number 2 now.
7. 7. 7.
Well, that's the first 10 of the match. Good time to score one as well. That really applies scoreboard pressure. Oh, it's a 10 as well. A great response there from the Brazilian. So an 8 or higher required by Ravish. And it's just a 5. So really good effort there from Dugovic to respond to that excellent arrow from Ravish. So an intriguing set there. The way that one unfolded. And we're going to be locked up after the second set. Winner will go through to the round of 16 and awaiting them So go down through the draw here. Will be the Thai archer who got a bye straight through to the next round. That's Patarapon Patawao. So the winner of this match will play Patawao of Thailand in the next round, and it is too close to call at the moment with this match at 2 set points each after the Brazilian Djokovic took that one 24-22. Set 3 now. Well, let's put the pressure on. Archers have 30 seconds to shoot. It's the only rule change from Olympic archery, where the time limit is 20 seconds. 2-point lead here for the American. 1 arrow left in the third set. Good score. So, an 8 or higher required by Ravish. And it's a 7, so it's going to be another shared set. The second in the match. Both archers have 110 each.
After 3 sets, we are tied at 3. And since we are tied, Ms. Drgovic from Brazil will be shooting first on target 1.
Well, in fact, of course, that first set, which we thought was tied, ended up being for Ravish. So, yes, this is, in fact, the first tied set of the match. So this will mean that both archers will move to 3 each, and we'll be having a 2-set contest.
And let's hear it for the American dance crew.
That arrow there was critical for Drgovic. Emma Rose Ravish having fun out there. Enjoyed the music. Hard case, isn't she? Let's move to set number 4 now. Fabiola Drgovic of Brazil. Oh, she's done brilliantly to get here with an incident for Drgovic, which rocked her a little bit a couple of months back in June when her coach was robbed at gunpoint in Rio. A lot of her equipment was stolen in that incident, and coach lost his passport and visa. She has recovered from that and is back competing here in Tokyo at her second Paralympic Games. It's a close battle against the American Emma Rose Ravish. So just a point between them with 1 arrow left in the 4th set. This arrow could well decide it. 6, so plenty of wriggle room here for Emma Rose Ravish. Is she good enough to get an 8 or higher to go to match point in this contest? It's another 7. It's another shared set. Wow, it's hardly a point between them. The first set was decided by 1 point, the second by 2, and now we've had 2 tied sets in succession. So 1 set to come, and it really is flip a coin material. Still only 110 each per archer in this match. So here we go. It is a 5th and final set now. Fabiola Drogovic of Brazil on the left. Emma Rose Ravish of the United States on the right. Spot in the last 16 here in the women's individual recurve is the reward for the winner. Good start for the Brazilian. Well, winner of the set will win the match. That's what's at stake here. Oh, she is absolutely on fire. What a time to produce her best form. 7, it's looking difficult now for the American. Just a 5 or higher required by Drogovic, and she will be the winner of this match and move through to the next round. And she's done it. And she has left her best set till last. Perfect archery from her just about. And this has been a entertaining and enjoyable experience for Emma Rose Ravish, but it won't be enough for her to move through. But she wants to finish with a 10, I'm sure. She finishes with the 7 instead. Great experience for the 21-year-old to compete here in Tokyo, but it is going to be Fabiola Drogovic of Brazil with some superb archery in that last set, who will move through to the next round. And it went the distance to 15, a full 15 arrows, but it is going to be the Brazilian to move through. And it's all confirmed now, with Drogovic winning this match by 6 set points to 4, 2 10s from
the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/16 Eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦選手の入場です。
Women's archery at Tokyo 2020 in the Paralympic Games continues as we confirm the score in the previous match, Dugovic winning by 6 set points to 4. Time for our 1/16 elimination match in the women's individual recurve. And this one is going to feature Svetlana Barantseva of the Russian Paralympic Committee. And she is playing the Colombian here, Maria Monica Daza Guzman of the South American country, 33 years of age. And there's Barantseva, the 44-year-old, world ranking of 5 at the moment. Right up there, very good archer. 19th position in the ranking round with 537, season's best score for her 8 10s. And here is Daza Guzman of Colombia, 14th, so she actually outperformed Barantseva in the ranking round by 22 points. 7 10s, also in a season's best score, 559. So it should be a good match, this one, based on the ranking round scores. And Ranjan Baunik of India is the line judge for this match. Barantseva, hugely experienced archer, having competed at every World Championship since 2013. Daza Guzman not competing yet at a World Championship or a Paralympic Games, so this by far the biggest event of her career. Barantseva, a world champion in 2019 in the teams competition. Down her list in the individual competition, she's a silver medalist in 2015 in individual competition, bronze medalist in 2019. So she's medaled twice in individual recurve competition. So Barantseva has been at the pointy end of major international competitions. And so that means if she produces her best form here, she'll be more than competitive. However, as I touched on here, Daza Guzman outperformed her by 22 points in the ranking round. So keep your eye on this Colombian. As we get set for the start of this match now. Daza Guzman on target number 2 on the right to go first.
Seven.
No wind at the moment, but that rain continues to fall. It'll make that leather strapping around the fingers of the archers a little slippery. Leather tab on their fingers, a little slippery. But really conditions with no wind at all to speak of. Quite ideal here, not too cold or hot either, just a nice mild 20 degrees today. So that last arrow means a score of 20 is locked away now for the Colombian, which means 8 or higher for Barantseva. She's from Ramenskoye, and she will win the set, and she's done that with an 8. Good response to the pressure there.
Unofficially a 1-point win for that set for Ms. Barantseva from RPC.
Ramenskoye, where she's currently residing, about 50 kilometers southeast of Moscow.
And she's unofficially leading 2 set points to 0.
Born in Kulabaki. So lots of international experience behind the Russian. She's been a full part of this Russian team for quite some time now, for the last 8 years.
And let's hear it for RPC.
So Barantseva confirmed as the winner of that first set by 1 point, 21-20. Daza Guzman will take plenty of hard out of that first set. She'll want some arrows though in the 9 and the 10 zone, as they all do every single time.
7.
Good score there from Daza Guzman. So that puts the pressure on, and now means Barantseva needs a 9 or higher to win the set. Remember, in that first set she needed an 8 or higher, and she responded. Can she go one better this time?
7.
Not to be this time, so the Colombian strikes back.
The 9 for Miss Daza is the difference maker for that set. Both archers
So it's going to be the Colombian on the board.
And then another arrow, but Miss Daza winning by 1 point for that set, and now ties up this match 2 set points to 2.
2対0、内本パランチア選手のリードで迎えたただいまの第2セット。内本パランチア選手が22点、2的のダサグスマン選手が23点。ダサグスマン選手に2セットポイントが入り、2対2の同点で第3セットに進みます。
And let's hear it for Equipo de Colombia.
So it is a 1 point win again in the set, but this time it's to the Colombian. Or redraw. That is not good to see. What you want to see from the archers on the shooting line is good, consistent routines. Not to be that time. And consequently, it's a 5. So challenges to start the set for the Colombian. And not so for the Russian this time. Well, she's going well now, Barantseva. This is more like it from her. Comfortable on the shooting line at the moment. And it is going to be a win with an arrow to spare for Barantseva. She doesn't even need to get this one on the target to claim the 2 set points. But she'd love a 10. And it is a disappointing 4 for her, but it won't matter. end of the day, it's just winning the set that's the ultimate goal, really all that matters. And she applied good pressure with those 2 9s on the Colombian, who couldn't respond on that occasion.
By 6 points and the match by 2 points.
So very good effort there for Barantseva, who didn't compete at Rio 2016, coached by Alexander Balumatov.
Scores are official, and Ms. Barantseva on target 1, leading by 2 set points. It's 4-2, and Ms. Daza will be shooting first on target 2.
So confirming that score, 22-17. Well, other than that, for Barantseva has been shooting consistently. Her last 6 arrows have all been in the red zone or higher, other than that 1-4. But now, Daza Guzman is starting to perform a bit better in this set. 2-8 should be competitive. Well, this is a big arrow here now for the Colombian. Must win the set, or at least tie it to stay alive in the match.
7 or 8.
Or is that clipped the 8 zone? It might have, but Barantseva, a 9 will win it regardless. A 9 or a 10.
9 to win.
And she can't quite get there, so the Colombian is going to survive regardless of that starred arrow. But interest now on whether this is going to be a tied set or a win in the set to Daza Guzman. So she's just waiting on the score of that 7-starred arrow. That last arrow, if it's an 8, we'll be locked up at 4 each with 1 set to play. If it's a tied set, it'll be Barantseva leading 5 set points to 3. So that's what those judges at the far end, at the target end of the range are now looking at. Has that arrow clipped the 8 line? It only has to by the barest of margins. And it hasn't. So it's going to be locked away as a 7, which means we are going to have a shared set, which means Barantseva now leads 5-3. We are going to a deciding set, though, and this means Daza Guzman must win the set to send the match to a shoot-off. If it's a tied set or Barantseva wins, she goes through as the winner of the match. So here we go. The stakes are high, especially for Maria Monica Daza Guzman here of Colombia. Final set, 3 arrows per set. And that's a great start. That's her second 9 of the match. She doesn't have a 10. In fact, there have been no 10s in the match so far. Both archers have 2 9s. Well, well. Now it's advantage to Daza Guzman. A good 3-point buffer after that first arrow. Barantseva really needs a 9 or a 10 now to stay in touch with the Colombian. She's got a 9, that's a good score. So, 1 arrow left. Remember, the Colombian must win this. She can win it with a 10. Oh boy, it's dropped to a 5. And now it is Barantseva's to lose. She needs a 6 or higher, and she will win the match and move through to the last 16.
6 to win.
It is a 6. She was worried. Oh, there were a few nervous signs there for Barantseva, but that's going to be enough. Just. So Barantseva, not her best performance in these wet conditions today, but it has been good enough. Those final 2 sets being tied, good enough for Barantseva to move through to the next round. So there we are, it is a shared set, 21 apiece, and it is going to be Daza Guzman who will be eliminated from the competition. And it's going to be Svetlana Barantseva of the Russian Paralympic Committee who will be the winner of this match by 6 set points to 4, and she will move through to the next round.
Moving on to the 1/8 elimination rounds, here come the coaches and judge the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦を行います。コーチと審判の入場です。
Let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the women's Recurve Open 1/8 eliminations.
Well, we move through to our next match now, and this is for a spot in the quarterfinals here at Tokyo 2020. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Yumenoshima Park Archery Field, and this one's featuring the world number 36 Fabiola Drogovic of Brazil up against the 29th ranked Thai archer Patarapon Pataweo, who comes out to compete the age of 42. So we have a 54-year-old archer against a 42-year-old archer, and here is Drogovic, who got through to this point by beating Emma Rose Ravish of the United States by 6 set points to 4 in the previous round. 2 from 15 tens in that match. 2 tens from 15 arrows. And here is Pataweo of Thailand, who finished the ranking round in 6th position, 599, who scored 12 tens in there, a personal best score, and that was good enough to get a bye through the previous round. The line judge for this one is Shahzad Ariyari of Iran. So here's Pataweo competing in her first Paralympic Games. Drogovic in her second. Quite close in the ranking rounds between these two, just 27 points between them. So this should be an excellent match. And the advantage, it's hard to know who's got the advantage here in these wet conditions. Pataweo, of course, gets the bye but hasn't been out on the range today in these wet conditions, whereas Drgovic has had that experience, that knowledge to draw from in her previous match.
Will be shooting first on target number 2.
So Patarapon Patawao of Thailand up against Fabiola Drgovic of Brazil for a spot in the quarterfinals in the women's archery here at the Paralympic Games 2020. It's going to be Patawao to go first.
Six.
Well, not much to separate the two so far after 2 arrows. Just a little bit of doubt on that first arrow from Drgovic. Patawao with her final arrow of the first set.
6.
So 20 to score, which means the Brazilian can absolutely make sure of this first set with a 7 or higher. And it's right on the line there, so it should be good enough there for Drgovic, who's staring it down, but she should have that 21 to 20, maybe 22 to 20, given the status of that first arrow that she shot. So Drgovic looks like she's got that one under control.
She is in the lead by 2 set points.
So was upgraded that arrow to a 22. That was his final score anyway. That arrow was upgraded to a 7 rather. And it is Drgovic who claims the first set, 22 to 20. Set number 2 now for these two, and the Thai archer to go first.
7.
Patawao finishing in 9th position in the Asia Para Archery Championships in 2019. Solid shooting so far from her. Drgovic is starting to look pretty solid as well. So a 3-point swing required in this last arrow for Patawao. She's to get back on level terms in this match. 9, well, that helps. So it's going to be an 8 or higher required. And she has scored an 8, so Durgovic going well here. This has been quite consistent shooting from her based on what we've seen through the session. 2 7s, 3 8s and a 9 is pretty solid. And Durgovic, who had a few testing moments in her previous match against Emma Rose Ravish, is looking pretty solid in this match, but she's still not quite there yet against Thailand's Patarapon Patawao.
It is official a 4-point lead, 4-set-point lead for Ms. Durgovic.
So no 10s at the moment in the match, but Durgovic has not been far away with that arrow there, that first arrow in that set. So 25-24, 4 set points to 0. Durgovic in the box seat here. Yeah, not quite clipped the line for that 9. A longer hold that time for Patawao, but she held with good reason. That's her second 9 of the contest. Still no 10s, but it's close this match. Oh, there is the first 10. Perfect time to bang one in there. Keeps her in the hunt in this match. So 1 arrow to go. This is a big arrow here for Patawao. It's a 9. That might not be enough, though, because if Durgovic can bang in a 10 here, back-to-back 10s, she wins the contest. Oh, it's just below. It's an inch below. So there we are. It's going to be a shared set and a nice high-scoring one, too, between these two, 26 all. So that 9 from Patawao has kept her in the contest. Well, good shooting from both archers in that set, but isn't it interesting that that was the best scoring set for the Thai archer Patawao, but she still didn't win it. So let's hope this high standard of archery continues between these two as we move into the 4th set. 26 all in set number 3. That means the set score at the moment is 4 set points to 1. Rather 5 set points to 1, so it's Durgovic on match point, and that means Patawao needs to win the final 2 sets to send this to a shoot-off. It is doable. We've seen that plenty of times in the past. Good archery will give her a chance. Well, that's 3 arrows from Durgovic, 2 9s and a 10 in a row now. It's just dropped back to an 8 star, but it looked like it had grabbed a 9 line. Well, she's starting to really find her range now, isn't she, Dragovic? Looking comfortable on the shooting line. Wow, not the high-scoring set there for Patawayo. So that means Dragovic 5 or higher should be enough. And it's a 6, so that should be plenty. She might even be up to 24 to 22, but that will be enough for the Brazilian to move through to the quarterfinals. A very good match for her, and her good form continues.
Whether or not her first throw gets upgraded has no effect on the set result, because right now it looks like Miss Dragovic will be moving on to the quarterfinal. And it's official, Fabiola Dragovic moving on.
So there is Dragovic, who has had another good win and has moved through to the quarterfinals. And that exceeds her achievement in 2016 in Rio. So she was beaten in the first round there. Now has won 2 matches here in 2021. The winner, 24 to 22 in that last set, means she will win by 7 set points to 1. And there is the confirmed scores in this match. Dragovic winning by 7 set points to 1, eliminating Patarapon Patawayo of Thailand.
Moving on to our next 1/8 elimination round. Here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦が続きます。コーチと審判の入場です。
Let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/8 eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦、選手の入場です。
Women's archery continues. We're at the 1/8 elimination stage here at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And this match is for a spot in the quarterfinals. And out comes Svetlana Barantseva of the Russian Paralympic Committee, a world ranking of 5. And her opponent is from Iran, Zara Namati, who is world ranking of 3 at the moment. And here is the Iranian, who was 3rd in the ranking round, 630 points, 7 10s, straight through to this 1/8 elimination match. Zara Namati, who is one of the best ever Paralympian archers, up against Barantseva here, who eliminated Maria Monica Daza Guzman of Colombia in the previous round by 6 set points to 4. Namati is a 2-time Paralympic Games gold medalist, winning in 2016 the gold medal in the individual competition. So she's the defending champion, and she won gold in London. Different category back then, though, with a wheelchair category there. But Namati, nonetheless, a fine archer, 3-time world champion as well. Asian Para Games champion. And she actually has a ranking in able-bodied archery as well. Her world ranking is 106. A very fine archer who has been competing for Iran since 2008. So one of the most accomplished archers that we have around at the moment. It's going to be a joy to see her in action again as she goes to try and win 3 straight gold medals at the Paralympic Games. Zara Namati of Iran, who's 36 years of age now. Barantseva was solid in her win over the Colombian. So a wonderful athlete on the line here for Iran, and we're looking forward to seeing her in action as she is up against Barantseva of the Russian Paralympic Committee, who's going to start proceedings. She's on target number 2. She won her previous match on target number 1. And here we go. Starts with a... I don't know whether that dropped into the 3 zone, in fact. It's been scored for Namati straight away. It has grabbed the line, so it's a 9. Oh, Barantseva not finding her range at all there. Namati very strong in the upper body. Gives her a nice stable base to get set to shoot her arrows. The rain quite heavy again now here at Yaminashima Archery Field. But again, the wind non-existent.
7.
So to win the first set, the Iranian doesn't even need to get it on the target. Namati, and she does in spectacular fashion. What a way to emphatically win that set. With her first 10 and well inside the inner ring as well.
Taking the lead 26-12 and is leading
Namati finishing the ranking round, 7 10s she fired and none in the inner ring. So she'll be relaxed and very happy that she managed to get one in there. With the 10 zone on the target at the other end of the range is just 12.2 centimetres in diameter. The inner ring actually doesn't give you a higher score. That grey inner ring is just a tiebreaker criteria in the ranking round used to sort out tied scores. If you have more arrows in the inner ring, that means you get a higher position in the ranking round if you're tied with someone else. So 2 set points to 0. Comfortable opening score there for Namati. That first arrow, by the way, was upgraded to a 9, so 27 out of a possible 30. But Barantseva now knows she's got a very good archer on the other target. Well, of course, she knew that before. It's been reinforced on the scoreboard. And there we go. That is a great start for Barantseva. She only scored 12 in her first set, and she's got 10 with her first arrow of set number 2. Oh, back-to-back 10s for Barantseva. Where has this come from? Wow, can she complete the perfect set? Yes! Absolutely superb! Brilliant effort from the Russian, right there.
Recovering from her first set with perfection in the second
Wow, that was breathtaking archery there from Barantseva, who claims that set emphatically in stunning fashion. Now, Namati is some athlete, though, and I'm sure will relish the opportunity here to have a chance to strike back here.
And Miss Namati from Iran is one of the most decorated Iranian archers on the field, well, in history, I should say.
What a heroic competitor is Namati. She had an she was hit by a car, and very good taekwondo expert as well before her injury. Then she took archery up in 2006, and of course has been good enough not only to be a two-time Paralympic Games gold medalist, but competed at Rio 2016 in the Olympic Games as well. But Barantseva, well, this is the yin and yang of archery. 3 10s in a row in the previous set. Starts this with a 3. Yes, Namati was at the 2016 Olympics in Rio and finished in 49th place in the ranking round there, and defeated in the first round by Ina Stepanova of Russia. Didn't compete here in Tokyo in the Olympic Games, but back at the Paralympics is Zara Namati. And now she's starting to find her range. Namati. It's her second 10 of the contest. Just 3 arrows out of 8 so far outside that 9-10 zone. So that is going to go to the Iranian this set with an arrow to spare. But will she finish this set in style? Not quite, but good enough. Namati recovers from a 24 in the second set rather, and now Namati will lock away the third set, 4 set points to 2. But what is coming off the bow of Barantseva next? 3 10s in a row in the second set, perfect set, but not able to back it up in the third set. So just got to find that good, feel-good factor again, does the RPC archer. (27-16), very comfortable win in that third set to Zara Namati. She's 1 set away now, Namati, the 2-time defending Paralympic Games gold medalist, from moving through to the last 8 here and keeping alive her dreams of winning 3 straight gold medals. Barantseva to go first in set 4.
Seven or eight on the line.
That one might have just dropped below, in fact. We'll see once this set is concluded. But the Russian can win the set here with a 10, or at worst, tie it. And this arrow is big here for Barantseva. Oh, yes, she squeezes it in there magnificently. That is going to be interesting. Will she win the set or tie it? Regardless, she'll be back for a 5th set here against the two-time Olympic defending champion, and there is a brilliant arrow as well. So, what is going to happen here? All eyes on that second arrow. Will it be a tied set, or will that 10 from Namati actually give her a extra point? We'll see. So will it be 4 set points each, or will it be 5 set points to 3? If it's 4-all, it's all on in the last set. But Barantseva, her 4th 10 of the match, and she produced it at the perfect time, and it went. But Namati responded superbly with her own 10, and inside the inner ring. So that has been upgraded, that second arrow, to an 8. So 26 all. We're heading to a deciding set, which means if Barantseva wins it here, we'll go to a 1-arrow shoot-off. So some pretty exciting archery unfolding in what's been a thrilling match so far. And now Svetlana Barantseva, the world number 5, up against the world number 3 and 2-time defending Paralympic Games champion, Zara Namati of Iran. Barantseva to go first in the final set.
7.
Oh, very close. But Namati looks solid again. Oh dear. She's got 10 seconds now to shoot this arrow. Oh, no way. How is that even possible? And now a big arrow again here for Barantseva. If she gets a 10, we're going to a shoot-off. Oh, it's high. It's an 8. And now that gives the Iranian the chance here. A 9 will be enough for her to win the match. A 9 or a 10. But if it's an 8 or lower, we're going to a shoot-off. Namati, long hold.
9 to win.
It's an 8. Wow. We have big drama here. We have huge drama here. Barantseva has won the set, and we're going to go to a shoot-off. Zara Namati of Iran, the most accomplished para-archer in the women's competition over the last 10 years, is being taken to the brink of defeat here. Svetlana Barantseva. And Zara Namati going to a one-arrow shoot-off. Wow.
It is official. We are going to the shoot-off on the field of play.
Wow, Namati
Replacing the target bases downrange.
and Barantseva. It all comes down to one arrow. Closest to the centre will win and move through to the quarterfinals. And the loser will be eliminated. There's the confirmed scores. It's extraordinary to think that Barantseva is in a shoot-off, given she locked in scores of 12 in the first set and just 16 in the third set. She scored a 1 with her second arrow in the first set. And that redraw, a 10 off a redraw, was incredible in that set from Barantseva. So here we go. It's a one-arrow shoot-off. Zara Namati of Iran up against Svetlana Barantseva of the Russian Paralympic Committee. Closest to the centre wins. Namati, remember, is in Tokyo to win, or try and win, her third successive gold medal in a women's individual archery. Barantseva is going to go first in the shoot-off. Closest to the centre wins. Namati now has the opportunity, plenty of room there for her. She's got to produce it though, the defending Olympic Games champion.
9 to win.
Yes, that's class coming through right there. Zara Namati. In a high-pressure situation, has produced an absolutely brilliant arrow to win the shoot-off and get through to the quarterfinals by a bare margin. It is a very nervous match there for Zara Namati, but she will keep alive her hopes of winning 3 straight gold medals at the Paralympic Games, winning the shoot-off by 10 points to 8.
Great shooting on the field of play to go to the shoot-off. Let's give a big cheer for RPC Svetlana Barantseva.
And there are the scores, 6 to 5. Namati moves through, just huge scare there for her. But on she goes to the quarterfinals.
And we will now pause for a short technical break.
ここで小休憩を挟みます。
And ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to see your teammates compete?
いよいよ競技が始まります。
Continuing on to the next 116 elimination rounds, here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦を行います。コーチと審判の入場です。
And let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 116 Eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦。
Hope you're enjoying our coverage of women's archery here at the Paralympic Games at Tokyo 2020. And let's welcome our next two archers for the 116 eliminations. And this is going to feature the world number 34 from Mongolia, Salengi Demberil, 31 years of age. And she is going to be competing against a Polish archer.
Number 1, representing Mongolia.
And she will be facing Melina Olszewska.
Demberil Salenge.
And here is Demberil, 23rd in the ranking round with a score of 461. 6 tens in there.
Number 2, representing Poland.
2馬と打つのはポーランド。
Melina Olszewska.
And here is Melina Olszewska from Poland, 37 years of age, world ranking of 2 at the moment. 10th in the ranking round she was with a score of 581. 2 tens in her ranking round. So Olszewska perhaps not at her best during that ranking round, but has a very good record. She's competing in her 3rd Paralympic Games. She's a 2-time bronze medalist in the Paralympic Games, bronze in the individual competition in London and in Rio as well. So a very good archer, hoping to win her 3rd successive individual medal here in Tokyo. Former world champion as well in teams recurve archery back in 2013. Demberil, this is the biggest event that she has been in, as she tries to cause a big upset here to knock over the very well established Polish archer. And unfortunately Demberil has not started in good fashion. She's started with an arrow that hasn't found the target. Olszewska, 37 years of age, hugely experienced. She's been competing at World Championships since 2011. Former European champion as well. In fact, the current European champion, in fact, 2018. Olszewska's been competing for Poland internationally since 2009. She was a quick learner too. She'd only been an archer for 2 years before making her international debut. Demberil finishing the ranking round 23rd out of 30 archers. And Olszewska has won this first set with an arrow to spare. So Demberil will just have to work hard to put that behind her and move on. That's the beauty of the set system. She can still win the match. If we've seen in earlier matches, Barantseva of the Russian Paralympic Committee, despite shooting a 1 early in her match against the 2-time defending Paralympic Games gold medalist, almost beat her. Taking her all the way to a shoot-off. So Demberil has got to keep telling herself in this match that despite the rough start that she's had with a miss and then a 1, she can still win the match and beat the world number 2 here. Olszewska starts off with 24. Solid enough set from her, and she leads 2 set points to 0. Second set.
9.
That's much better. Easily her best arrow.
Seven or 8 on the line.
And Olszewska, of course, won't. She'll have the mindset of, like any good archer, of not being lulled into a false sense of security here by these 2 wayward arrows to start the match here for Demberel in the previous set. Because it looks like she's quickly found her range now and looks nice and competitive now. 2 sevens there. Doesn't look like that first arrow has got close to the 8 line, which means the Mongolian here, Demberel, can win the set. Well, that looks like it has grabbed the 7 line. So, wouldn't be surprised if her score goes to 23. That means Olszewska here needs a 10 to win the set. And it's a 7, and just like that, Demberel has reinforced my point. She looks like she has got the set and is back in the contest.
Mongolia taking that set unofficially 22-21. Even if her 6 is upgraded to a 7, then
Olszewska has a ranking in open archery as well, in recurve archery, 150, 188 in fact in the world at the moment.
the Mongolian arrow does not get upgraded, but the Polish archer does.
But in para archery, she's the world's second ranked archer. She's hugely experienced and is expected to be one of the archers to watch. However, there are no guarantees in this sport. It's all knockout. Remember, head-to-head knockout action. And we can now confirm that score. Demberel only scoring 8 in that first set with 3 arrows, has won the second set, and just like that, we're back to an even match. 2 set points all.
And Ms. Demberel winning 2 set points.
That 8 doesn't
In that set.
come into factor for any countback or anything like that. So as I touched on, Demberel here can still win the match as she gets set to start the third set.
7.
Lovely arrow. Olszewska right in the zone on that one. Back-to-back 10s. She's starting to look very good in the set. So 5 or higher for Olszewska. But how about a 10 for a perfect set? That would be memorable. Not far away, but 29 out of 30. It'll take that any day of the week. That's brilliant shooting from her.
29 points for Ms.
So 2 10s from her 9 arrows so far. Looking good there for Olszewska, 37-year-old.
Now leading 4-2.
Dembrell looking much more comfortable now on the shooting line. Just scored comfortably by Olszewska that time, who was really in the zone. Maybe just getting used to these conditions now, which continue to be unchanged here in this session of archery. Olszewska 29-24. Again, the rain continues to fall here at Yamashima Park Archery Field, but there is no real wind to speak of at all. It's very calm, with the wind consistent at around 3 kilometres an hour only. It's about 0.7 metres per second, so it's not bothering the archers or not challenging the archers today as we start the fourth set. No 10s in the match so far for Dembrell, but that's her third 9. Well, her last 4 arrows, Olszewska, have been 10-10, 9-9. Really good shooting from her. First 10 of the match for Dembrell. Nine or higher will win this set for Dembrell. Yes! Fantastic set by the Mongolian. And this arrow is purely for educational purposes, and it's just a 6 for Olszewska. So what a comeback here from Dembrell. She's improving as the match goes on. 8, 23, 24, and then 29. Back-to-back 10s in there. So, interesting match here. The Mongolian still has a chance of winning it. How good were those 2 arrows from Dembrell? That first one was in the inner ring, and that second one right on the line. Really good shooting from her. So it's all on. This becomes a 1-set match. Who will go through to the round of 16? Will it be Milena Olszewska of Poland or this archer here from Mongolia, Selengi Dembrell? It's going to be her to go first. Looks like it's grabbed the 8 line. 7-star now, so 1 arrow left here. A 10 here will really mix things up, and it's far from a 10 for Dembrell. Has that cost her the match? Just a 5 required by Olszewska to win. It's a 9, and that is certainly going to give the match to Poland's Milena Olszewska. Well, a few nervous moments in there. A Looked like it was going to be an easy win early in that particular match, but it was not as easy as the match progressed, but still some excellent composure. Olszewska drew on her experience that she has plenty of at an international level to end up moving through that match. And go through to the last 16. So there is the confirmed win for Marlena Olszewska of Poland, who will win this match. The score is 25-20. In fact, 26-20 in that last set. It is Olszewska moving through to the next round, winning 6 set points to 4.
Continuing with the 1/16 elimination round, here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦が続きます。コーチと審判の入場です。
And let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/16 Eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦、選手の入場です。
Well, let's move on to our next match in the 1/16 eliminations. It's an all-Turkish affair between the world number 7, Yagmar Singul, and world number 16, Zahra Ozbey Turun. These two will know each other well. Singul is a 27-year-old, Ozbey Turun a 38-year-old.
On target number 1, representing Turkey, Yagmar Singul.
Here's Singul. 15th in the ranking round with a score of 557, 9 tens in there. And just 3 places behind her is Ozbey Turun, 18th in the rankings, 554. She's only 3 points behind her compatriot, 7 tens in a season's best score. And here is our line judge for this match. It is Zarad Al-Yari of Iran. So Singul and Ozbey have both been World Championship representatives for Turkey, and teammates in the World Championships in 2019, but here they are rivals. Ozbey Turun here, a 2-time Paralympic Games representative now, finishing as a quarter-finalist in Rio. No wind at all to speak of. A Singul opens with a 5. So Ozbey Turun in her second Paralympic Games.
5 or 6 on the line.
Ozbey Turun, to a former representative in for Turkey in wheelchair basketball as well. So a very multi-skilled athlete.
Miss.
Singul has just missed the 1 zone there, and that's disappointing for her. Looks like Ozbey Turun will be too good in this opening set, even if Singul gets a 10 here, which he can't anyway, and that will definitely secure the set now for Ozbey Turun, who has got it with an arrow to spare. A disappointing start. Singul will be disappointed. She wasn't able to be more competitive in that first set. The winner of this match will have a tough quarter-final, or a tough next match, rather, against the world number 1 of Italy, Elisabetta Mino.
Getting away from her, scoring a miss, and that gives Miss Uzbek Turan a lead in this set and a lead in the match.
Plenty of chatter amongst the coaches and the athletes as they either look to continue their form. In fact, Uzbek Turan will also not be happy. She only scored 19 in that set, but was good enough to win. But 2 scores in the blue zone is something that she would love to improve on as well. So 19 to 13. Zara Osman Turan over Yagmur Single.
On target 1, shooting first.
Second set now for Single, who will start. And that is more like it. Her first 10 and a perfect time to bang one in there after that wayward start.
6. 8. 8.
Well, Single now can win the set with a 7 or higher and get back into level terms. She's done really well there and put that really wayward set to start the match behind her very quickly, which is what archers need to do. So 13 in the first set, 27 in the second. And she's right back in the match now with form that she is more used to producing. So Single 27 to 21 on this wet day in Tokyo.
And once again, let's hear it for Turkey.
So 27 to 21 all confirmed. Set score number 2. 2 set points each. Magic number, remember, in set points is 6. That will see you win the match and get you through to the next round, which in this case will be a 1-8 elimination. Remember, by the end of the session, if you've just joined us, we will have all our quarterfinalists confirmed in the women's individual recurve at the Paralympic Games for 2020. We'll have our last 8 all locked in as we start set number 3. Well, Single. Remember, each archer has 30 seconds to shoot their arrow, and she's right down to 5 seconds. She's going to have to get this sorted pretty quick. She has both a second to spare. Close call there for Yagmur Single. But she got a score on the board. Well, that's the first arrow from Uzbek Turan in the 9 or the 10 zone. Good time to get one in there too, right at the start of a set.
6 or 7 on the line.
Looks like it's grabbed the 7 line. Remember, 99% out is 100% in when it comes to the sport. When it comes to line lickers.
4.
So this set wide open with 1 arrow to come. Score's likely to be 13 all, so it's coming down to this last arrow.
7.
Well, that means an 8 or higher should seal the deal for Osbey Turon. Oh, no, it's just a 3. Dear me. Well, she is struggling at the moment, Osbey Turon, to get consistency into her shooting. Just 1, 9, no 10s and 9 arrows.
Upgraded and touching the line, but that doesn't matter because
And there is 2 gold zone scores for single.
in favor of Miss Shingle from Turkey.
So it looks like despite an arrow in the first set from single, which scored nothing, miss, she will claim back-to-back sets here and seize control of this match. I say the term in quotation marks because nothing's certain in this sport. What is certain at the moment is that Yagmur Single does actually lead it, which is good for her. 4 set points to 2. 1 more set required to go through as the winner of this match. Good start by both archers in this set. Well, big arrow here for Zehra Osbey Turon of Turkey. She can win this set here with a 10. She hasn't had a 10 in the match, and that's a 7, which now means the match is on the bow here of Yagmur Single. A 9 or higher will win the match.
To win.
Doesn't like it at all. It's only a 2. Wow, well, put a ring around that 2 there. The match was on her bow there. And now on we go to the next set, which will be the last of the match. Well, if Osbey Turon can find a way to win this match and claim the set here, then they'll even rub a bit more salt into the wound of single, knowing that she could have won it with that last arrow right there. But that was solid shooting from Osbey Turon. Credit to her. 2 9s and a 7. Easily her best scoring set in the match so far, 25. So he's got the momentum. It's hard to say at the moment as we head into this last set. Final score in that 4th set, 25-19. So single here, the last set. Can she put to bed that disappointing last arrow? She'll need to forget about that very quickly as she starts the 5th set. Oh, not happy there with that setup. Time ticking away here for Osbey Turin as we're down to 3 seconds. Oh, no way. Well, that took some skill. Oh, yes, she's finding her range now. Circle now needs a big score. Doesn't get it. Looks like she hasn't produced her best form in this set. And it means that Osbey Turin has won the set with an arrow to spare and has won the match. She finishes with another 9. Really good finish from her, 28. And she's going to win the match. And you go back to that last arrow of the 4th set from Sengel, where she scored just a 2. Remember, she needed a 9 or a 10. If she got a 9 or a 10, that last set, which we just saw there, wouldn't have even happened because Sengel would have won the match. But that is the small margins in the sport. They have been amplified and bolded by both archers to conclude that match. But it's going to be Zera Osbey Turin who is going to go through to the next round with a win in that match. 28-18 was the confirmed score in that last set, and she wins by 6 set points to 4.
Moving on to the 1/8 elimination rounds, here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play. And let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the women's Recurve Open 1/8 eliminations.
Well, here we are at the 1/8 eliminations in women's individual recurve action. So the winner of this match will book a spot in the quarterfinals, and we've got 2 very good archers coming out to compete in this match. We have Milena Olszewska of Poland, the number 2 ranked archer in the world. She beat Dembaril of Mongolia in the previous round by 6 set points to 4, 2 10s in her 15 arrows. And straight through to this round is Dorothea Pemonidou of Greece. She has a world ranking of 11 at the moment. She got the bye because she finished 7th in the ranking round. 586 was her score. 10 10s in the season's best score. She was 5 points clear of Olszewska in the ranking round. So not much between them. And here is the line judge. It's Martino Miani of Italy for this match. So 2 very good archers. They're both been at previous Paralympic Games. Olszewska's in her 3rd. She's a 2-time bronze medalist in the individual recurve competition. And Paralympic competed in Rio but was not able to win a match there. She's been to 4 World Championships, 1 European Championships, and here she goes for a spot in the quarterfinals, and she starts solidly with a 9. Just 26 years of age. Olszewska, very much a more experienced archer, 37. But she knows she's going to have to be on her game here. Remember, she's won 2 bronze medals. So she's defending a very fine record at Paralympic Games, has Olszewska. Oh, yes. Paralympic has started off in great fashion. Well, there's the first 10 for Olszewska. So if this form continues, we're going to be in for a good match.
7.
Well, that opens the door here for Olszewska. Can she find the 10 zone to win the first set? No, she can't, and in fact, she's lost the set with that 8. Because, of course, a 9 would have tied it. So it's going to be Paralympic who will claim the first set with some very solid shooting. 26 out of 30, nothing to be sneezed at. But you can tell from the way she's talking to her coach there that she is looking for improvement and can feel improvement coming. It's always heartening to get some good arrows at the start of a match, and a 9 or 10 Paralympic is a good start. It just puts that pressure on her, on your opponent straight away. So 26 to 25, she claims the first set. It's 2 set points to 0.
Shooting first on target number 2.
Second set now. Well, she's finding her zone nicely in this match so far. That's her second 10 and 4 arrows. Well, it evens the ledger right up. Close to her second 10, but not to be. So the door slightly open here for Paralympic. Can she take this opportunity? Yes! She looks uncertain for some reason, but there was nothing uncertain about that arrow whatsoever. Wow, brilliant final arrow to win the set. There's nothing like winning a set when you need a 10, and that's exactly what she's done there. Well, we've moved through this session, and at the moment, Poimenadu is as good as anyone. In fact, you might even say she's the best we've seen so far. 3 10s from 6 arrows. No one has got close to a 50% record of 10s. So will that continue heading into the last set? And of course, the other thing to just keep in mind here is that Milena Olszewska of Poland here has won bronze medals at the last 2 Paralympic Games and is now on the brink of not even making the quarterfinals here in Tokyo. So this is high stakes for her right here. Can she respond? Oh, she is just going great. How about this standard here from Poimenadu? Wow, that is real response to the pressure there. And that could well keep her alive in this contest. Olszewska. Good match unfolding here. Oh, she is fantastic. 5th 10. She's only shot 8 arrows. And now Olszewska needs another 10, really, to have any chance. She's got an 8, so that's 26. So, this arrow here for Poimenadu, a 7 or higher, she wins.
7 to win.
Oh, it's a 5. Well, well, well. And Olszewska has survived into another set. That was out of character for Poimenadu, who had shot really well. 5 10s from 9 arrows, but a 5.
Wins that set by 1 point. It is now 4-2.
Has dropped the 3rd set. And again, put your ring around that arrow there. A 7 or higher would have won that match right there. And based on what we've seen, she should have achieved it, but wasn't to be. And Olszewska survives. And now under the set system, those scores are wiped. And Olszewska will survive into the 4th set. Poimenadu could not believe it. How much of an impact will that have on her in this next set? 26 to 25, Olszewska takes it. Two-time defending bronze medalist survives.
7.
A nice bounce back here. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag for Greece's Poimenadu, but there is more good than not. Well, that 6 could be a problem for Olszewska, particularly if Poimenadu can continue this run of 9 or 10 scoring. Well, 8 will do. It's going to require a big swing here on this last arrow. Olszewska's going to need a 10, and then she will have to rely on Pomenadu once again having a loose arrow to complete the set. Well, there is half the equation ticked off. Brilliant arrow, but has it come too late? So a second opportunity here for Pomenadu to win with a 7 or higher. And this time she makes no mistake. And it's going to be Dorothea Pomenadu of Greece, who is going to go through to the quarterfinals, and doing so has eliminated a double bronze medalist at Paralympic Games. So a big scalp there for Pomenadu, who has bounced back nicely after that rough arrow to end the previous set. And it's going to be no joy for Olszewska, who's been a very fine competitor in this and previous Paralympic Games individual archery competitions, where she's tasted success and been on the podium twice, but not to be here in Tokyo. There is your winner, Dorothea Pomenadu of Greece, who is through to the quarterfinals. And with an eye-catching performance, 5 10s in her 12 arrows, she wins by 6 set points to 2.
Moving on to the next 1/8 elimination rounds, here come the coaches and judge to the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦が続きます。コーチと審判の入場です。
Let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/8 Eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦、選手の入場です。
Let's get ready for our next match now. And this is a 1/8 elimination, which means the winner is through to the quarterfinals here at the Women's Individual Recurve Archery at the Paralympic Games, Tokyo 2020. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here from your Mineshima Archery field. And out come our 2 competitors for this match. And here is the world number 1, Elisabetta Mino of Italy. 35 years of age. She's in her 4th Paralympic Games, and representing Turkey is Zehra Ozbay Turun. World ranking of 16, beating her compatriot Yagmur Sengel 6 set points to 4 in the previous round. And here's Mino, 35 years of age, getting the bye straight through to this match. And that is because she finished 2nd in the ranking round with a score of 633, 20 10s, a personal best score. She's a 2-time medalist at the Paralympic Games, winning silver in London and bronze in the teams event in Rio. Also competing at Beijing too, so this is her 4th Paralympic Games. Ozbay Turun is in her 2nd Paralympic Games, finishing in the quarterfinals in 2016. So we've got 2 very good archers going at it here, and Mino looks like she is here to win. She is looking all business. Very experienced archer. She's been competing for Italy for 13 years. Currently ranked world number 1. And she's going to start this match, Mino. I mentioned 20 10s in her ranking round. Thankfully, the rain has started to ease right back here at your Mineshima Park Archery Field now. If you've been watching earlier, heavy rain, but just a slight drizzle now as Mino bangs in her first 10. Beautiful conditions for archery here now. Hardly a breath of wind, not too hot. It's been very hot in Tokyo the past few weeks. But today's just around 20 degrees. And now Elisabetta Mino can win this first set with a 9 or a 10. And she's done just that. Great set of archery there from the experienced Italian, world number 1. 28 out of 30 is drawing a nice line in the sand and sending a strong message to not only Özbey Turan here, but all of her opponents. And just losing control of that last arrow was the Turkish archer. So 28 to 20. Mino, hugely experienced. She's been competing in World Championships since 2009. She has won 6 medals through her World Championship career, 4 bronze, 1 silver, and a gold as well. Gold coming in the teams event in 2017. An individual competition, her best performance is a bronze medal in 2015. So that is the credentials, which are extensive for Elisabetta Mino. And this is what it's all about for her. All these years of hard toil come down to her 4th Paralympic Games. Can she get the job done and break through and win a gold medal? Her campaign is underway with a first set win against Zahra Özbey Turan of Turkey, 28 to 20. Second set now. Oh, she's on form here. It looks like she is really in the zone. She looks very solid mentally, doesn't she? Let's see, first time we've seen the arrow drop out of the gold zone for Mino. Wow. Özbey Turan not comfortable on the shooting line with that arrow. And the Italian has won this set with an arrow to spare. Mino is all business and will not take any notice of what's going on the other target. So Elisabetta Mino is going great in this match so far.
And unofficially, the set score is now 4 set points to 0 in favor of Ms. Mino from Italy.
So Mino with 2 10s from her 6 arrows so far. Looking solid in this match. Leading by 4 set points to 0. So there is the score. 27 to 17, very comfortable wins to the world number 1, Elisabetta Mino of Italy, in the first 2 sets in this 1/8 elimination match. So it all comes down now to Özbey Turan of Turkey here to somehow find her best form. As she starts set number 3.
6. 5.
Wow. That was unexpected. And now Özbey Turan is so critical for her that she takes advantage of that stray arrow from Mino. And she's done just that by putting in a 9. Great comeback from Mino. And now we are back on even terms again. Great response to the pressure that she created by herself as much as her opponent. And now it all comes down to this arrow here. Can Özbey Turan respond? And she's done well. Back-to-back 9s to win that set. Gives herself a chance. However, the Italian Mino can win the match with a 10.
To win.
Yes! That's how to do it, isn't it? Oh, she's not the world number 1 for nothing. Elisabetta Mino. Just showing us her class right there. Absolutely brilliant last arrow from her to wrap that match up. That was very impressive. And out goes Zahra Özbey Turan out of the competition. But Elisabetta Mino is going to take some beating in this competition. If she can reproduce form like that, particularly under pressure as we just saw. So 6 set points to 0. The match is over. And 4 10s from her 9 arrows. Elisabetta Mino, the world number 1, is through to the quarterfinals.
Great shooting from both archers on the field, and great shooting from Zahra Özbey Turan from Turkey. As you can see, we've got plenty of support in the crowd here, especially from Team Korea. We've got a little personalized sign, loosely translating to shoot well, I believe. However, my Korean is very rusty. By rusty, I mean non-existent. Continuing on to the 1/16 elimination round, here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦を行います。コーチと審判の入場です。
Well, the archery continues here at Yomenashima Park Archery Field. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. We are moving through the 1/16 and 1-8 eliminations in this session in the women's competition. What that means is we'll have our 8 quarter-finalists all confirmed at the end of the session. And out comes our next 2 archers to compete. And this is a battle between the People's Republic of China and the Republic of Korea. World number 12 against world number 21. Both hugely experienced. Multiple Paralympic Games for both of these archers. And here is the Chinese archer, Gao Fanxia from Datong, currently residing in Beijing, world number 21. And she comes into this, and this is the 9th ranked qualifier, 582 with a score of 7 10s in there as well. And here is Kim Ran-suk of Korea. She is from Gwangju, 54 years of age, 30th with a score of 461, just 110. So not going to plan in her ranking round for Kim. Kim competing in her 3rd Paralympic Games. She's a former gold medalist from the teams competition in London, and silver medalist from Beijing in teams as well. Hasn't quite enjoyed the success that she would have hoped for in.
And I don't know if anybody noticed, I was just told by my producer that
in the individual competition. And Gao is also an interesting archer. Here she is, 39 years of age. She is a gold medalist from Beijing as well. So these two, Kim, a gold medalist from London, Gao, a gold medalist from Beijing, both in teams competitions. And they switched positions in their other Olympics. So these two will know each other well. And the other factor here is for Gao is that she is a silver medalist from Beijing in the individual competition. Both didn't feature in Rio. Neither of them represented their countries at the last Olympic Games. So a welcome return to the big stage for both of these two. And based on their histories, they are very good archers. Kim is also a former world champion in 2009, and Gao is a former 5-time world champion, including in the individual competition in 2011. All of her other gold medals are in teams competition. So Gao and Kim, we've got 2 good archers here on the shooting range. That's going to be good enough. Just. Gao doesn't look certain, does she? But she has got there by a single point.
Needing a 7 to lead on her last arrow, and she does shoot a 7. It is 2-0 in favor of Miss Gao over Miss Kim.
ただいまの第1セット23対22で市本ガオ選手がリード。2セットポイントを獲得です。市本中華人民共和国ガオ選手は39歳、世界ランクは21位。二本大韓民国のキム選手は54歳、世界ランクは12位。そしてこの試合で勝った選手がこの後の2回戦で日本の重定選手と戦います。
And let's see our support for Team China.
So 23-22, not the highest scoring set, but Gao from China won't worry too much about that. She's got 2 set points locked away. There's the first 10 of the match. Nice comeback here from Kim. Much needed 10 from her. Oh, Kim not secure on the shooting line now. Just remind you too that each archer in para archery has 30 seconds to shoot their arrow, whereas in the Olympic Games it's 20, so they get an extra 10 seconds. Now Gao can win this set with a 10, and she's got an 8, so she'll drop that set. So Gao a little disappointed there. It's going to be Kim, though, to strike back in this battle of the experienced archers. Remember, Kim, a 2-time Olympic medalist, or Paralympic medalist, rather. Gold in 2008, gold in 2012, rather, in the team's competition. Silver in 2008 in the team's competition. And Gao is a 3-time Paralympic Games medalist. Gold in the teams in 2008, silver in 2012 in the teams event, and silver in the 2008 Olympic Games in Beijing. So she was a 2-time medalist in 2008 in both teams and individual competition. So it's a little confusing with both of them enjoying success in both Olympics. Just 1-10 each so far in the match. And may have just clipped the 8 line as well. A big arrow here for Kim Run-suk. She really needs the maximum score here to put any pressure on Gao in this set. Whoops, and she's redrawn again. Oh, what a recovery. That is extraordinary. Might be 24. 8. Well, that'll get it done regardless. So, excellent arrow there from Gao.
As it stands right now,
That will secure her the set.
Kim with 23 or 24 points, depending on her second arrow. However, that does not change the result of this set, in which Miss Gao, the Beijing silver medalist in the individual competition, Miss Gao is leading 4 set points to 2.
2対2で迎えたただいまの第3セット。内股中回
So Gao really stood up to the pressure there.
2的大韓民国キム選手が23点。内股のガオ選手に
So it did stay actually,
4対2。
that arrow did stay
第4セットミス
an 8, rather a 7, that second arrow for Kim. So it was a tiny little bit more breathing space there for Gao as she claimed the third set and moved to a 4 set point to 2 lead. That means Kim now needs a tie or to win this 4th set to stay alive and keep her Olympic dream going of more medals. Great to see her still competing after all this time. Oh, yes, and she's still capable of banging in good scores, isn't she? Great arrow. That is Gao's second 10 of the match. Second 10 in 10 arrows. Exactly the same percentage for Kim.
8.
8。
Oh, yes. And Gao is starting to look most comfortable in this set. This is the perfect time to produce excellent form. Well, Kim needs a 10 more than ever now.
7.
7。
Well, that leaves Kim in deep trouble now, with Gao just needing a 5 or higher to win the match. Go through to the round of 16. Oh boy, wasn't to be, and it's a tied set. Wow, that is a dramatic twist. So Kim is still in the contest.
And it is now 5-3 in favor of Miss Gao.
Well, that was a surprise. We have not seen anything close to that. Well, I say that there was a 6 in the second set from Gao. But after that, it's all been solid. 8, 9, 8, 8, 10, 10 from her. The pressure can create funny things sometimes, and something was not quite in sync for Gao Fengjia from China on that last arrow. So a tied set of 24 apiece. And there it is again for Gao, but she can forget about that now. She's still on match point. 5 set points to 3, last set. Kim Run-suk now needs to win this set to send the match to a shoot-off. And not for the first time she's forced to redraw. Solid from Gao. Kim taking her time once again. We've seen her redraw 3 times in this match. Yes, Gao now looking very good now in this set. It's going to take a massive swing now. Gao now knows, though, that she needs to execute that last arrow way better than she did in the previous set. Kim with her last arrow. Good finish, solid. But only a 3 or higher is required by Gao Fengxia to move through to the next round. Second opportunity for her to win the match. And this time she makes no mistake. So it is going to be Gao, the 3-time Paralympic Games medalist who will move through to the next round. She has proved too good for Kim Ran-suk of Korea. Slight wobble there for her in that 4th set with that 4, but she has recovered nicely to move through to keep her Paralympic dream alive. So Gao Fengxia will move through to the next round with a win over Kim Ran-suk of Korea, 7 set points to 3. The score in that last set, 27-22.
Congratulations to both of these archers. Congratulations, great shooting from Kim Ran-suk of Korea. Continuing to our 1/16 elimination rounds, here come the coaches and judge. On to the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦が続きます。コーチと審判の入場です。
And let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/16 Eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン1回戦、選手の入場です。
Let's welcome the athletes now for our next match. And here come the 2 archers from Ukraine and Iraq.
On target number 1, representing the Ukraine.
And here is Roxolana Zobabalyan of Ukraine, 38 years of age, in her 4th Paralympic Games. Yet to medal.
On target number 2.
And here is Zaman Al-Saidi of Iraq, another 38-year-old. And she is in her 2nd Paralympic Games. Al-Saidi finishing the ranking round in 16th position with a score of 554, 10-10s, a season's best score for her. And here is our line judge for the match too. It is Martino Miani of Italy, and Zobabalyan finished 17th in the ranking round, so just 1 place behind with exactly the same score as Al-Saidi, 554 points. But Al-Saidi gets the higher seeding because she had 2 extra 10s in her score. So 10 10s, as I touched on, for Al-Saidi, and only 8 for Zobabalyan. So all of that means nothing now. It's all match play, head-to-head. Al-Saidi finishing in the round of 32 at Rio, not winning a match there. And likewise in the teams competition. And Zobabalyan has been a quarter-finalist twice. fact, 3 times. The last 3 Paralympic Games, she's made the quarterfinals. So, but has lost on all 3 occasions. So, Zalba Baljan close to competing for a medal, but not quite achieving it. She's trying for the 4th time here in Tokyo. So here we go, El Saidi versus Zalba Baljan. It's going to be the Iraqi archer to go first.
Seven.
17th in the world rankings is El Saidi, and Zalba Baljan is 13.
9 or 10 on the line.
Well, has that clipped the line? That might need a magnifying glass.
Eight or 9 on the line.
8あるいは9。
5.
5。 4.
Well, some stray arrows from both archers. And now Zalba Baljan can win the set with a 7. She's done an 8, so that will give it to her. That upgraded arrow will, start arrow rather, will probably be upgraded to a 10, but make her winning margin in that set even more comfortable. Yes, Zalba Baljan has been competing for a long time on the international stage, debuting all the way back in 2008 for her country. That was at the Olympic Games in Beijing, or Paralympic Games rather. But she has been to multiple World Championships, has only ever medalled once. That was in the teams event in Bangkok, Thailand in 2013. So she's been trying for a long time to gain success at both World Championships, Paralympic Games and European Championships as well. Only getting on the podium once, 8 years ago.
In the round of 116 in Rio 2016.
So the score's all confirmed, 22-20 it was in that first set, 23-20. In fact, that first arrow, yes, was upgraded to a 10 from Zalba Baljan, and she takes a 2-set point lead early in this match. Conditions continue to be nigh on perfect here, with very little breeze to talk about today, and conditions cooling off quite substantially compared with the last few days here in Tokyo. Temperature around 20 degrees Celsius today. For the majority of the Paralympic Games, the temperatures have been over 30. But just going through one of those cooler patches at the moment, cooler periods.
5.
5。
5.
5。
Well, that's opened the door again for Zalba Baljan to get back into the set. But she'll need a gold score to do it.
7.
7。
4.
4。
El Saidi disappointed with that last arrow. She's been competing on the international scene for 8 years, and now Zalba Baljan can win this set with a 7 or higher. It's a 6, so it's going to be shared. Low scoring set there.
Both archers shooting 18.
Oh, just one arrow in the 9 zone so far from El Saidi, and one in the 10 zone from Zalba Baljan. So both archers yet to find their form.
バーヤン選手のリードで迎えたただいまの第2セット。
But of course, it's not how you win, it's if you win. And both archers searching for a way to do just that right now. So 18 apiece it was. Third set now.
Six.
Rocket.
Seven.
Okay, so 21. Again, low scoring here from El Saidi. 20-18-21 are her scores, which opens the door here big time for the Ukrainian. Zobabalyan. 7, so it was right on the outer of the 7-2, but that was good enough for her to secure the set. 23-21, so again, just looking to follow the advice of her coach there, who really is trying hard to get her concentrating and achieving at her best. Oleg Avdentov guiding Zobabalyan in her 4th Paralympic Games. Hugely experienced archer. And so far, she's grinding out a win. 23-21. 5 set points to 1. 2 sets to play, which means if Zobabalyan ties or wins the set, she will move through to the round of 16. The reward for the winner of this match is an encounter with the top seed from China, Wu Chunyan. So that is what will happen to the winner of this match. But they're not worried about the next opponent just yet. Now that is a great arrow from El Saidi. She got that one bang on. That was the perfect time to score a 10. Down 1-5 in the match.
7.
El Saidi needs to follow it up though. She's done that. That's really good work from her. That's putting her in a very strong position in this 4th set. Might have grabbed a tiny piece of the line, that one. Regardless, the Iraqi here can win the set with an 8 or higher. And it is an 8, so that should get the job done. That second arrow there from the Ukrainian could be a 10, but it's only been scored a 9. So if that's the case, then even a 10 here will not be enough. 9, so that definitely makes it secure now for the Iraqi, and she with her best set by some distance with a 10, a 9 and an 8 has locked away the fourth set and keeps alive her chances of moving into the next round. To do that, though, she will need to win the next set and then a shoot-off, a one-arrow shoot-off. So a comfortable win in that set. Comfortable. A 2-point win, 27-25. Maybe not as comfortable as some other sets that we've seen in this session, but still a win for Zaman El Saidi. So, last set of this match. El Saidi needs to win it. Oh, it's a 9. It's just missed the 10 line. But still, 10, 9, 8, 9 in her last 4 arrows. She's starting to get more consistent. So too is Zolba Balyan, in fact. 3 successive 9s to her. This is very good, consistent archery from Roxolana Zolba Balyan. Oh, it's just a 6. It's hard luck there for El Saidi. And now Zolba Balyan requiring just a 4 or higher. Remember, she only needs to tie the set. 4 or higher to win through to the next round. And it is a 4. Oh, a big sigh of relief there. And the Ukrainian will go through. Not her best arrow at all, but it will be good enough just to move through to the next round. She's fought hard, particularly impressive in that 4th set, El Saidi, but it's not going to be for the world number 17.
And it is official, Roxolana Zolba Balyan from Ukraine.
So there is the winner of the match, Roxolana Zolba Balyan of Ukraine, who will go through to that round of 16 match. She is the winner by 6 set points to 4.
Zolba Balyan from Ukraine shooting this afternoon for the quarterfinal. Moving on to the 1/8 elimination round, here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦を行います。コーチと審判の入場です。
And let's welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/8 eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦、選手の入場です。
Well, we move to 1/8 eliminations now in the women's archery, which means quarter-final spot will be going to the winner of this next match. And out comes Gao Fengxia of China, world ranking of 21. And she will face Shigesada Chika of Japan. Here's Gao, who came through her previous match, 7 set points to 3 against Kim Ran-suk of Korea. 4 10s in that match for her from her 15 arrows.
On target number 2, representing Japan.
And there's Shigesada, the world ranking of 9 at the moment. By straight through to the round of 16 after she was in the top 8 in the ranking round. The top 8 qualifiers in the ranking round, all getting buys through the first round here in the knockout. Shigesada scoring 584 in the ranking round, 9 10s. Gao was 9th, so she was only 1 spot behind, 2 points back. So Gao was actually the highest non-qualifier, or the first player ranked outside the top 8 in the rankings. Just missing out on that by opportunity. So we've got 2 very good archers here going for it. Remember, Gao was a 3-time Paralympic Games medalist, including gold in 2008 in the teams event. Shigesada competing in her very first Paralympic Games. Currently world ranking of 9. So this should be an excellent match. Gao to go first. Remember, the rules in para archery are exactly the same for Olympic archery, except the archers have 30 seconds up their sleeves to shoot per arrow rather than 20. But that target is exactly the same size, 122 centimetres in diameter, and the 10 ring 12.2 centimetres in diameter. And they're shooting from the full 70-metre distance as well. And we're at exactly the same venue as we were for the Olympic Games a few weeks ago. The wonderful Umena-shima Park Archery Field. And there's the first 10 from Shigesada. She's been to 2 World Championships for Japan. Good comeback there from Gao, who improved as that set went on. But Shigesada can win the first set with a 9 or a 10, and she's done it with a 9. Really good arrow from her. And you can see the delight in coming through with that pressure arrow. So Shigesada Chika. Really good effort from her. Well, always a thrill for the Japanese to compete in front of their own fans here. Even though there are no fans in the stands here at these games, it's still nothing like competing in the pinnacle of your sport in your home country. And Shigesada, a good solid start there, 25-24. She claims the first set over Gao Fengxia of China. Gao to start the second set. Great start to the second set for Shigesada.
7.
7
Okay, so Gal would have loved to a gold score there, but not to be. So she's now relying on Shigesada. Score of 6 or less to win the second set. Shigesada is up to it. She gets that 7, so that will be a tied set. So not able to quite seal the deal there, Shigesada.
These two athletes, and it is 3-1
like she did in the previous set, which she finished with a 9. So 24 apiece in that session, rather in that set. 3 set points to 1 to Shigesada. Well, Gal not finding a range in this set so far. This is opening the door big time for Shigesada. She can't win the match in this set, but she can take a giant step forward with 2 good arrows to finish, and there's one. Really enjoying herself out there. Well, that is a score of just 19 for Gal. She won't be happy with that. And the door is well and truly ajar here for Shigesada. That will get it done. So 24 to 19, a comfortable set win there. So solid shooting, but nothing less, nothing more really from Shigesada Chika. 25, 24, 24. Gal not able to perform at her best in that. And she's now going to need to win the last 2 sets to send the match to a shoot-off, win that to progress. So she's taking the long road to the last 8. So it's definitely in Shigesada's favour. But she still has a bit more work to do.
And let's give it up for Team Japan.
So it's now or never for Gao Fangxia of China. Down 1-5 in this match, needing a win in the set here to have any chance of winning her 4th Paralympic Games medal. Winning both gold and silver in 2008. And then another silver in 2012. Shigesada in her first Paralympic Games. Looks like she's in a good state of mind as she moves through this match. Very determined to achieve at these Paralympic Games, which are her first. Well, that's get better from Gao. She only totaled 19 in her last set. Now she's got 18 with her first two here. Well, here's a chance now for Gao Fangxia. She can win the set with a 10. She hasn't had a 10 in this match. She got 4 10s in her last match. Oh, no way, it's a 6, so that is disappointing for Fangxia, but here's a big opportunity for Shigesada Chika. Yes, she's done it, and it's the Japanese archer, Shigesada Chika. It's happy days for her as she wins that set and wins the match. And it's Shigesada who's got into the quarterfinals with a very solid match right there against the 3-time Olympic medalist, former gold medalist in teams archery all the way back in 2008. But Shigesada Chika of Japan, 26-24 was the final set score, and it is Shigesada who wins by 7 set points to 1 to seal a place in the quarterfinals.
Our final 1/8 elimination round. Here come the coaches and judge onto the field of play. And please welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Women's Recurve Open 1/8 eliminations.
女子個人リカーブオープン2回戦、選手の入場です。
Well, here come the archers for this 1/8 elimination match in the women's competition here at the Paralympic Games, Tokyo 2020. And another quarterfinal spot here on the line for Wu Chunyan of China and Ukraine's Roxolana Zobabalyan. This is world number 6 against world number 13. Zobabalyan, the world number 13, world number 6. Here is our line judge, who is Sajrad Al-Yari of Iran. So Wu comes into this having a bye in the previous round, and she was the top qualifier in the ranking round with a score of 642, 20 10s. It was a Paralympic Games or Paralympic record. She broke her own record set in Rio by 5 points. So Wu right on form in that ranking round. Zobabalyan finishing 17th in the ranking round and beating Zaman Al-Saidi of Iraq 6 set points to 4 in the previous round. So Wu, we've got one of the best Paralympic archers in the world right here. She's at her second Paralympic Games, and in Rio won gold and silver. Won the gold in the teams event, the silver beaten by Namati of Iran. Wu is a 6-time world champion and also won the individual competition at the Asian Para Games in 2018. So a very good archer.
6.
Just as I say that, she fires in a 6. And let's remind you of Zolba Balyan's record. She is in her 4th Paralympic Games, has yet to medal. But very experienced.
8.
And she will have to perform at her best, you would think, to win this match. Is Wu. Finishes, I think, with a 9 there. Might have just touched the line. So a 10 required here to have any chance for Zolba Balyan. It's a 9, so regardless of that start arrow, it's going to be Wu who will take that first set. Yes, Wu has been competing for China since 2014. First taking up the sport at 14 years of age. She's 31 now.
Inspected very carefully whether it could be an 8 or a 9, but it doesn't change.
Quickly picked up the sport.
It is a 2
And 2015 named Para Athlete of the Year by World Archery.
over Ms. Zolba Balyan.
And she is from Xi'an, the home of the buried army. To see her here in Japan for these Paralympic Games. So she's going to claim the first set by 2 points, 24-22. Wu Chun-yan off and running here in her first match. Wu, remember, fired in 20 10s in her ranking round and 72 arrows. So she likes to find that 10 zone and is very accomplished. Certainly one of the favourites here, but of course, being a favourite on paper can often mean nothing in this sport because you have to keep producing.
8.
And history counts for nothing, because if your opponent can start producing and you can't, then elimination can stare you in the face. Here's Zolba Balyan.
7.
Again, just a little astray there with her arrows as she makes an adjustment to her sight. Wu now needs just a 4.
6.
So not her best arrow there, but still good enough. She knows she got away with one there.
Both archers have the average group out to the
So
left.
24-21. So again, just solid archery from Wu. Nothing more. Just 110 in her 6 arrows to date. And Zolba Balyan managed just 110 in her previous match.
4 set points to 0.
But thankfully that rain has stopped now. It was quite heavy earlier on, but a rainy old session. Quite gloomy here, but at least it's not too cold, and at least there's no wind for the archers to contend with. So that set score is confirmed now.
And let's see your
Even though
support
Wu
for
has thrown in a couple of wayward arrows, just a couple of 6s, 1 per set. Still good enough to win each set. 24-21 was the score in that one. She leads 4 set points to 0. Another 10. Perfect timing from Wu. Second 10 and 7. That's 3 9s now to Zoba Balyan, but no 10s yet. Keeps her within striking distance. But Wu is starting to heat up. Can she finish with a perfect set? Here's Zoba Balyan, who now needs a 10. Only gets a 7, so an 8 for the win for Wu, but interest on whether she can have a perfect set here. Yes, there is Wu at her best. And just a reminder of how good she is on the shooting line. Stunning. Wu Chunyan. Always good looking down the range and seen on the scoreboard. 10, 10, 10. And what a way to close out that match and secure her quarter-final spot. So the top seed looking ominous based on what we've seen in that match. A comfortable win for Wu Chunyan of China. Roxolana Zoba Balyan is out of the archery, so Wu will go through and secure a quarter-final spot, winning this match by 6 set points to 0.
We now know the identities of all the athletes who will continue their journey to the quarterfinals this evening. We will be back at 5:30 p.m. to witness the road to the medals for the Recurve Women Open.
これで準々決勝に進出する選手が出揃いました。午後5時30分から始まる後半のセッションではメダルマッチまで行われます。一体どの選手がメダルを手にするのでしょうか。
Thank you to all the volunteers and staff for working so hard.
Let's walk through this again. This last
a huge success.
Set where Wu was absolutely on fire with 3 10s in a row. Second perfect set of the session. That was really impressive from her. And there they are, 1, 2, 3. Wu Chunyun is going to be an archer to watch in the quarterfinals, no question. Well, that concludes the action in this session here of the women's individual recurve. We now know all the quarterfinalists, and we are set for an exciting conclusion to this competition, where we are going to see 8 archers try and perform at their best to move through to the medal matches, which will follow in that session. There's some great action in this session of archery. We hope you enjoyed it. And congratulations to all the quarterfinalists. Wu Chunyun of China, Shigesada Chika of Japan, Hazel Chase Chika of Japan, Hazel Chasty, Zara Namati of Iran, the defending champion, Fabiola Dergovic of Brazil. And congratulations to our last two quarterfinalists too, Dorothea Poimenidou of Greece and the world number 1, Elisabetta Mino of Italy. Thank you for watching. Much appreciated. And we'll catch you again soon for another session of archery here from the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.